And yo, it looks like we're live with day 13 out of 30 for NaNoWriMo. Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing great. Now let me just go in here and let's have that little chatty message in. Like that. Comes up there. All right, doesn't come up on stream for some reason, but it is what it is. Okay, right, we're off. Hope you guys are doing well. Like I mentioned, I'm doing really well, like incredibly well, because yesterday not only did we hit 25,003 words, like in the beginning of the stream, half an hour, someone. But we also hit, as you can see, down here. I need some more light here. There we are. So you can see right down here, 26,686 words, which means that we are, well, at least before today, we were 4 days ahead of schedule. I realized that I don't have music on. All right. There's music on now. It looks like we are damn near good to go. Damn near ready, damn near good to go. And I hope you guys are as well, because we got a great day ahead of us. Yesterday, when it went rough in the beginning, we got way behind our usual pace, and then we ended up way up ahead of our usual pace. So we ended up writing like I think it was 2,000 words or something, all in all, which is great. But yeah, the last two and a half pages, they just flew by. Vespa is of course down into the catacombs once again, which, you know, is because she wants to prove to Afire that she didn't make up hearing someone down there. She's been looking at the statues, the floor tombs of the different characters. We got Kili Ciel, the elf. We got Shi Ying-hun, Spear of the Flames. We got Tristan, Shield of the Tide. And one of them is buried. One of the tombs is buried under debris, so she don't know who that is. And then of course she has been inspecting Reneith's tomb. Reneith, our mentor, or her mentor. It's going to be her mentor. And that is a special tomb for 2 reasons. There are black crystals growing from it. Weird black crystals where light is not reflected back. And 2, it seems to be the only tomb that has a weapon on it, even though all of the other tombs, like they have the people resting with their hands here, and as if they were holding something, as if they were holding a weapon, but there's nothing there. That's how well I do magic. And you know, what a great start. What a great start. So we'll just put that out. I thought that was funny. I thought that was funny myself. So live stream 13:11 NaNoWriMo around 4:00:04. No weapon. No weapon. Magic. Magic. Boom. Wow, that was magic. Anyway, shall we begin? Let's have a little... Oh yeah, so she was also walking around the dungeon because she realized, the catacombs, she realized that she had lost her necklace that Afea gave to her back in chapter 1. The, spoiler alert, necklace that is connected to the lingering evil down here. Anyway, let's start read from here. Afea is gonna kill me, Vesper muttered. Lemon gave her a comforting whistle, but it didn't help much on her mood. Vesper was feeling so down that she had forgotten all about the eerie feeling, or she didn't think about the eerie feeling that she had, the cold damp air, the darkness, and the low howling wind or the running stream below as they got back to the crystal growing tomb. She put the lantern down and searched her satchel for something to eat, taking out a bun of Sister Miriam's delicious Sister Miriam's delicious buns that she had just baked that same morning. Constructed Chaos, welcome to the stream and welcome to the chat. Constructed Chaos says, love this concept for encouraging writing. You've got this. Oh, thank you so much, dude. And thank you for dropping by and, well, just putting something in the chat. That's awesome. Love it. As well as some seeds that she offered to Lemon with her palm. Once Lemon was done munching on the seeds and grains, only leaving the casings in Vesper's hand as a little useless gift. Alright, that was something weird there. Vesper just absent-mindedly dropped them on the ground. There needs to be a comma there. Actually, I also forgot to... something like that. Alright. Okay, we're going. We're good. While she blindly stared at the tomb and its black gems, though she wasn't actually looking at any of them while taking a bite of the bun. That is until something caught her eyes and attention. She had been so absorbed by the black crystals which had grown their way up to the feet of the tomb statue, that she didn't see the weapon this one was holding, with both its hands resting on the chest. It looked to be a large warhammer, but not the single-handed ones that the paladins love so dearly. No, this one looked heavy and intended for use with both hands, much like the statue suggested, by holding the handle the way it did. Much like the statue suggested. By holding the handle the way it did. The long shaft of the warhammer was twisted and gnarled like an almost straight branch. But it's a bit weird to say twisted and gnarled like an almost straight. But, you know, it's a branch. But plain and polished without bark. It looked slender and somehow still strong and sturdy. And Vesper had never seen a hardwood warhammer shaft with such a beautiful reddish color. I just want to twist it and gnarled almost straight. That's a bit weird. And then there was, I feel like somehow still, this is starting to be a crutch phrase. Something that I tend to just write because I think it sounds good, but I write it so often that, you know, sort of loses its purpose. But something was strange about... I feel like we were strange a lot. Anyway, something was strange about the head of the large warhammer. While much larger in comparison with its hardwood shaft than the single-handed hammers that the paladin sported, it was also not of the same material. Instead of the hammerhead being steel or even just iron. This one was made O, and we're off. This one was made of. Actually, I'm just gonna have a little bit of that. Here we go. This one was made of wood. Of wood, it looked like. It looked like if we just go over here, so we are of course looking at a totara tree, which has this special long runny bark. Totara tree. Totara. Description is medium large tree which grows slowly. It's noted for its longevity and its great girth of the trunk. The bark peels off in papery flakes with purplish to golden brown hue. The sharp needle-like leaves are stiff and leathery. This plant reduces high mineral cones. Okay, so there's something there with the bark peels off in papery flakes. Yes. I increased the size of this window a tad. I'm hoping that it's better and easier to read now. I think previously it was a little, I don't know. It sucked a little bit. But also I need to be wary because like you can't see from here on out basically. I'm probably not going to read all the way down there anyway without moving. But yeah, just a small note. The hammerhead. The hammerhead was round. Hammerhead, that's one. As if someone had I just got a notification, sorry. Okay, never mind. As if someone had cut out the trunk of a tree. Had taken the white trunk of a tree. Trunk. But not a tree. But not a tree. But not a tree that Vesper had ever seen with its long, flaky bark. With its, but not a tree that Vesper had ever seen. seen with its... No, that is not. With its long and flaky gray bark. Gray brown. I just want to check this subscription. Check this description at some point. Check description. I'm feeling pretty good about the long and flaky part. I mean, that was also what it said on Wikipedia, so you know. One of the source. Which had been cut, to fit this. To fit the weapon. But not sort of. Not sort of. But not. But not roughly sort of. Of leaving a rough edge. Leaving a rough edge. Leaving rough edges, just rough edges. No, this one had. So if you had followed along with the prologue, you'd notice that the weapon of Renaith here is different than what he had, right? The one he had in the prologue was steely. It was a big steel hammerhead that looked like a ram. And that's the one that had the spirit of his spirit-bound ram inside of it. Rough edges, but not sort of. Leaving rough edges, comma, no. The woodwork was delicate, precise. The woodwork was delicate, precise. I had a word in mind. Just needed to see if that's a slope, a horizontal in carpentry with a sloping surface. Yes. And now wood, it is. I want something like this in one end of the. Of course, it's round, right? But would a 12-year-old know the word bevel? I don't feel like it, unless they had been into carpentry. Then they probably would have. One end sloped. Dr. Care says that hammer detail is so evocative. I really like that it makes you think about what it could have happened between then and now. Thank you. That's the idea, right? But it is actually going to be... So, I don't know how long you have been following along Constructed Chaos, but this is intended to be book 1 of 3, so book 1 of a trilogy, and the ghost that we're going to meet in just a little bit is, like the main character, is a fae folk, like a fairy type species. And in my universe, they fae folk remarks themselves by having an animal companion that is bound to their life spirit, spirit bound, and they like one can't live without the other, sort of type of thing, you know, like from Golden Compass with the daemons. If one dies, the other dies as well. But the spirit, this ghost here, he's alone, and then his spirit-bound animal companion was transferred into the hammer at some point, and then where is the new hammerhead? Where is the spirit-bound? That's going to be a plot point throughout. Maybe not so much in this book, but at least it's something I'm planning for book 2, maybe book 3, to become a bigger plot point. And then at some point, probably in book 3, the two will be reunited. The hammer will be put together back again. And it's going to be like this, hopefully this big emotional moment of, hello old friend, so nice to see you. Something like that, you know. But that's a long way down the road. But I am quite happy about that idea, actually. I am also very, very focused to plant seeds in this first book and whatever the second book is going to be about, so that one will know when they read it, it's like, oh, stuff was planned from the beginning, right? I think that just adds a little spice to the whole thing. One end sloped into a smaller flat surface. To a smaller flat, not surface. Oh yeah, maybe it was surface, maybe. Smaller circle. Yes. I got confused. Surface. A flat and polished surface. While the other I do want oh, it's long way away. So I did have a little bit of a it's like a first draft of the hammer, right? And then I realized this should be a ram head. So it's not going to be like that. That's just like a first draft. But the other one here, it should be like so we have a small circle here, and then going into a little bit of slope, And then so this is like the hammerhead, right? And then you have it's barky here, and then this goes down and into like this this triangle shape thingy. So that's a pointy end, and then you of course have the handle, which is like a gnarly, branchy type thing. Maybe this is even bigger, but this is sort of the idea that this is what the hammer looks like now. That might be a good short form video. Hammer drawing. So that's what I'm trying to convey, that it ends in a pointy end. While the other end of the hammerhead was pointed. It didn't look needle sharp. Is that a thing? I just found your channel today, says Constructed Chaos, and I sadly can't stay for long, but I definitely try to pop in more often to see where this goes. You know what? You are so more than welcome, and I'm so happy that you found my channel and you thought it interesting enough to drop by. That's awesome. Are you writing something yourself, by the way, Constructed Chaos? Just before you leave, because I would like to hear about that. I was looking here and I wanted to say point. Yeah, spike. Spike is probably better. No, pointed. Cone point. It didn't look needle sharp. I don't know about that. It looked needle sharp. I don't know if they even have needles in this world. Do they have needles in this fantasy world? Do they have needles? Probably not. But pointed nonetheless. But pointed nonetheless. And the wood inside the bark . That also sounds weird. Phrasing. And the wood inside the bark. In any case, good luck and thank you so much for being so welcoming. You're welcome. You're welcome. Always wanted to be an author since I was little. Oh my god, you put three different text messages in chat messages. There. Always wanted to be an author since I was little, says Constructed Chaos, but the closest I've gotten is running some D&D in a homebrew settings with friends. Honestly, I've seen how much work goes into a D&D campaign, and that's basically writing stories on your own, especially if it's homebrew, so that's cool. In any case, good luck and thank you so much for being so welcoming. See you again soon. See you soon, Constructed Chaos. That's awesome. And I hope you have a good day. Budding Crusoe, I don't think I've seen you in the chat. Welcome to the chat and welcome to the stream if you haven't been here before. Here you are creating a soul and no one's with you. Bro, I am with you in this journey. Ah, thank you, Budding Crusoe. That means so much to me. And awesome. And you know, I am just starting out basically. Well, I've been having this YouTube channel for like a year, but I feel like we're just starting out with this book in this November, Novel November, this NaNoWriMo stream. So you know, it is what it is, and I hope that more people find me as time goes on. But the main thing is just writing a book and documenting it and having fun with it, and you know, talking to like-minded people like you guys, which is just great. And the wood inside the bark was the same. Was the same reddish, had the same reddish look. It looks slender and somehow still strong and sturdy, but I've never seen a hardwood Warhammer shaft with such a beautiful reddish color. It was the same reddish color as the shaft. Of course, we are in Innuendo Town with this color as the shaft. Okay, so now Vesper, okay, so I want to say now that the growing black crystals that had begun to take on the statue of this tomb and then around the feet took a, like, they weren't covering the Warhammer. It's like they stayed away from it. And then just after that, Vesper is going to touch the hammer, and we're going to meet Reinaid, the spirit, once again, with his soul inside the hammer. Actually, she's going to touch the... She's going to touch this shaft. I don't know, I'm so in Innuendo country. This is not good. Well, I guess okay, there's some rules there that I need to figure out. If he just touches the hammer head and his spirit is in the handle. Let's say handle. Oh well, we're just writing. We can figure that out later. That's the growing black crystals. Damn, we spent half an hour doing this, just this. I guess 20 minutes, but still. I don't think the live stream is going to be that long today, maybe around 5 hours, 5.5, because tomorrow's live stream is going to be really early for me because I'm going away in the weekend, so I just want to get something in. So tomorrow's live stream is going to be like at 8 in the morning, Central European time. Yo, the background noise that just passed on was terrifying. I will. Well, you know, sometimes they do hit the right mood for what I'm trying to convey. So that's good. But yeah, some of them are really, really creepy and dark. It's just royalty-free music from YouTube, cinematic fantasy music. Sometimes they really hit the mood, and other times they're just in the totally other direction. Growing black crystals, which had taken on the feet of the statue. Seemed to be neatly avoiding. You know, you're in a dark catacombs. There's nothing there. It's cold. It's creepy. There's an eerie feeling inside you can't really explain. There's black crystals that hurt a little bit when you touch them. And they don't reflect light back from your lantern. And then you hear that music. Yeah, that's the good stuff. Seem to be neatly avoiding the Warhammer altogether. I have a Danish word that I don't know how to translate, but behørig. Competent, proper. Wasn't exactly what I was hoping for. Leaving a good distance between it. Between them and it. Now. And it. So she hasn't actually noticed the statue yet. The statue he's small, right? This is a tiny girl living amongst humans. And she's been so enthralled by the growing crystals and the Warhammer, wooden Warhammer, that she hasn't even noticed that the statue is small. It's like half the size of a human of Tristan's. Tristan Tidebreaker. Really cool name. Of his tomb. Even smaller than the elven tomb. So I don't really know. I feel like we're at the point now where Vespa touches the Warhammer, and Renaith answers her. Yeah, this is happening. Oh, look at how close we are to ending page 74. Hello, new in the live stream. Oh, what a name. What a name for your account. I'm sorry I can't read that. Is it Sanskrit? Anyway, it says, whoa, this is interesting. What genre is this? Thank you. Welcome to the chat, welcome to the stream. And the other way around. This is fantasy that I'm writing, attempting to write. This is a tween/young adult fantasy book intended for like 10 to 14-year-olds. About a little girl who unravels a mystery to kill a leader of a knightly order, and no one will believe her, so she has to take matters into her own hand. And right now, I'm building it up by using the hero's journey, as it's called, which is a story template, a call to adventure and something. And right now we're at meeting the mentor. Think of it in Star Wars as meeting Obi-Wan Kenobi in the first movie, or Frodo meeting Gandalf in Lord of the Rings. That's meeting the mentor, right? So that's where we are. It's not really, how would you say it? I'm always almost halfway through the book, so I'm not following that story structure to the point. And some of the structure parts are definitely going to be mashed together later. But yeah, I'm thinking that this book is going to end up being like around 200, 250 pages, something like that. So that's like 60,000 words, 65,000 words. Yes. Leaving a good distance between them and it. Okay, so she was about to touch the hammer and thereby being able to communicate with the spirit inside of it, the mentor. But how do I want to do that? So we just started this paragraph with Vespa. I kind of don't want to start the next paragraph with Vespa also. Vespa is our main character. Leaving a good distance between them and it. I'm gonna do it anyway, because we just need to write something. Vespa and Lemon, who was back to leaning, who was back. Lemon is a little yellow bird. Back to leaning out from Vespa's head. There's a lot of Vespa here. Could both hardly take their eyes off the hammer now. Take their eyes off the hammer. Eyes off the wooden weapon. Weapon. Okay, just I'm gonna note here. Bip. Okay. So I also misspelled Vespa. It's a 5-letter word and I misspelled it. Good job, me. I've forgotten S. Could hardly take off. Oops, Smudge City. Oh no. Could hardly take off their eyes off. Didn't I say eyes? The eyes off the wooden weapon. Vesper of... Oh my god, so many Vespers here. Vesper started to narrate. As she felt her courage slipping. She slowly started to narrate. Of the vigorous oath. Had never seen such a hammer of war before. Such a hammer of war. Before a she felt like touching it. But she wasn't quite sure why. Should Vesper continued her narration. I don't know if that should be a new... this should probably be a new paragraph. Should Vesper continued her narration. There's so many. I so need to figure out how. Oh my freaking god! How I need to set that up to show that she's narrating a character talking. That's really going to be a pain point in this book. I feel like. Should Pudding Crusoe, you're a freshman, I suppose. And if so, that's awesome. These types of challenges are getting people into writing. Actually, Pudding Crusoe, I am... Well, I'm 36 years old and I'm Danish. And right now I'm unemployed. So that's sort of why I thought, why not stream all of this challenge? I am freshman in the terms of writing, I guess you could say. I started thinking about this fantasy universe of my own in 2014, but I didn't start writing anything down actually until like end of 2023. So yeah, surprise. I don't know. But I'm not exactly a freshman in the college world term, I guess you could say. But yeah, definitely these types of challenges are really cool. I'm finding so much motivation to just do the challenge. Are you writing anything, Pudding Crusoe? Are you a budding writer, maybe a published writer? That would be cool. should we try to take it up? To take it up. Lemon of the golden wing. Of the golden wing. Amazing! Oh yeah, hey, all the best, man. You've earned a subscriber and a reader from India today. Oh, Suraj! I hope I'm saying that right. An inspiring writer. Cool. Awesome. Welcome to the channel and the chat and the stream and everything. Awesome. So what are you writing? Is that also fantasy, or are you more into another genre? And I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. Suraj. That's how I'm probably going to pronounce it. And it's so funny, it's so cool that you're from India as well. That's amazing, I love it. Lemon answered with a cautious whistle. I cannot start another paragraph with Vespa. Vespa, Vespa, Vespa. So we're going to say slowly reaching out her hand. Her hand. Vespa's heart started pounding, beating really fast. I don't know. I don't know about that word. Beating? The eerie feeling that you couldn't quite explain. The eerie feeling that she couldn't quite explain. She couldn't quite explain. Was strongest here at this tomb. Here at, and that was page 74. We're moving on to page 75. Strongest here at this particular tomb. Here at this particular tomb. But she also couldn't turn away. But she also couldn't turn away. As a hand hovered just above we're in NaNo country. Fudge. I don't want to say shaft. I don't want to write shaft, but that's what it's called. Please help me Google. Parts of a Warhammer. Components. Oh, we can say handle. Please. Consists of a handle and a head. The length of the handle may vary, the longest being as a halberd. Short is about the same as that of a mace. Oh my god. Thank you. It's just that up here it says shaft. I really don't want to write shaft. Just above the handle. The hammer, the warhammer. The warhammer. Look like it's also become a crutch phrase. It's gotta be a better way of describing it. Crutch phrase. Crutch phrase. Question mark. Looked like it began to subtly vibrate. Vibrate. Is there another word for vibrate? That sounds very modern. Vibrate. Oscillate, tremble, quiver, shake. Shake is probably better actually. To subtly shake, subtly shake. And also started. I mean, we have began and started in the same sentence. That's a bit weird. And started to, that's an E. Everyone can see that's an E. Oh no. Ah, damn it. That was one. We're going to keep that to the minimum where I forgot to change the scene. Suddenly shake and you know what? Let's not have started, but say and to give off a low hum as well. The uncertainty. Unsure, is that If you're unsure of something, the uncertainty, yeah. Let's go with uncertainty. Uncertainty. The uncertainty. Crept into crept throughout his best body. And out to her hand as well, and out to her hand as well. Making her pause. Making his making her stand completely still. Stand completely still. Completely. I've mentioned this before, but just the fact that I sometimes feel like I'm getting worse at handwriting the more I write. Seriously. With one hand hovering over. And her big copper eyes, her big copper eyes. Oops. And her big copper eyes. Locked on. The tomb and weapon. She could feel the cold sweat. She could feel the cold sweat. Starting to run down. Starting to run down her temples. Lemon was completely still and silent as well. Was completely still and silent as well. I don't know. I feel like that part has been a little bit rambly. But you know, we just need the words. We just need to get the words in, and then we'll fix it in post. Fix it in the editing. Completely still and silent as well. Where evil lingers, the narration continued. Finally continued. Vesper of the vigorous oath of the vigorous oath. Will never falter. And with that, is there a different word for courage? Courage. Bravery. Boldness could also be. Suraj saying it's going really well. This story sounds intriguing indeed. I'm glad I stumbled upon this. Is there a fixed time of day you come live and do this? Would definitely like to revisit. Oh, thank you. Awesome. Yes, I try to start my live streams at 5 p.m. Central European time. So that is... I'm not sure what that is in India actually. But that's like, is that 9-10ish in India? Although India is a big country, but I don't know, you can look that up. And then I go on for 5 or 6 hours. That's the usual time. Tomorrow is going to be way earlier because I have to go away over the weekend, and over the weekend I won't be live streaming. But Monday again, I should be back to doing 5 p.m. to 10, 11ish p.m. here in Central European time. But yeah, that sounds great. Sounds awesome that you'd like to revisit sometime. There's also the VODs, of course, that you are most welcome to rewatch, and follow along there. There's definitely enough content to just put on the TV and just walk around. So far we have like, I think it's around 75 hours from November so far. With the VODs. But they're all on the channel, you can see that. I also upload highlight in the short form as short form videos, so you can follow a little bit along there. But yeah, 5 p.m. is the sort of the set time, at least here for NaNoWriMo here in November. And I'm happy to hear that you think it's going well. I think I'm a little bit behind my own pace actually. I usually write 1 page per hour, and right now I spent an hour writing now, I think, and we're going to hit 1 page like around here. So we're a little bit behind. But yeah, it is also going quite alright. Definitely better than nothing. And with that, with those bold words, and with those bold words. Vespa grabbed and locked. We just said locked, but whatever. And locked her. We just said locked somewhere up here. We don't want to repeat the words grabbed and locked her fingers around the handle. Fingers, not just finger. So, grab and lock the finger around the handle. Let's just say nothing. Let's have that go a couple of seconds before Renaid, the spirit in the weapon, says something. Nothing. Vespa's heart immediately stopped pounding. Immediately. Stopped its pounding. And her nerves settled. The warhammer had stopped its shake, had stopped its shaking and humming. It's shaking, and humming. Or had it even done so in the first place? Even though it had seemed scary, even though it had seemed scary, Vespa couldn't help but feeling a little disappointed. Disappointed. No, I misspelled disappointed again. I always do that. It's only one S. Disappoint, 2 P's. Disappointed. As she was holding the warhammers. The warhammers branch like handle. And now we want Renaid to talk. It has taken us, what? How many pages have we written so far? Before we actually, okay, so it starts here on page 65. It has taken us 10 pages almost before we get to the meat of this chapter. What this chapter was supposed to be all about, meeting the mentor. I guess we also wanted to see all the 5 tombs, or 4 of them at least. So, Renaid is going to start talking now. Again. But what he's going to say? Is he just going to say who's there? Branch like handle. Let's just say he's going to say who's there, but since he's a spirit and he's communicating with her, like he is holding the handle of the weapon, right? And that's the way he's communicating. He's not actually talking out loud. So it's going to happen in her head. And so prepare for bad cursive. And also that looked like a K. That's not supposed to look like a K. Who's there? The voice came from nowhere and everywhere at once again. Just like the one who talked to Vespa when she was trapped here in the dark, who spoke. Vespa, when she was trapped down here, in the darkness. Vespa jumped with the jumped. Vespa jumped. With a shock. Is that a phrasing? Jump with a shock? I don't think so. Sounds weird. Phrasing. Hey, we have, I think we've written one whole page now. It has taken 1.5 hours almost. Not good for our pacing. But we'll see. Now, of course, dialogue should begin, and that always seemed to go much faster. Turning around. One of these days, when I learn how to spell and not make mistakes, that's going to be great. Turning around. Immediately. Letting go of the Warhammer. Lemon let his displeasure known. Let his displeasure with the sudden movement known. About the sudden movement known. No movement. His displeasure by the sudden movement known. With bites to the scalp. Bites to... There's no S in two, just in case you're wondering. Bites to the scalp. And loud protests. Oh yeah, sounds of a budgie. Sounds of a budgie. Chirrups, whistles, chatter, trills. Barrage bubbling, tuneless but pleasant song. I wanna... Squawking. This is the noise no one, including other bodies in the case, want to hear. It means something is amiss. Squawking could be a permanent startle fight or something. It's like I want them to... I don't know how to describe this angry, protesty noise that they make. Beat grinding. No, bodies have a loud hiss-like noise. No, that's not it. Some on tweet, some birds are inspired by noises. For all their inability to hold a good melody. Are very musical souls. Unhappy chirrups. Chirrup. A small, make repeated, short, high-pitched sound. No, it's more low-pitched. What on earth does a chirrup mean? Kvider. Yeah. It's more low-pitched. Angry budgie noise. Angry budgie sound. Chiding. Hissing sound. I'm not sure I agree with chiding. Maybe this says to yell, to correct, to protest. Maybe chiding is alright. And loud. Let's use it. Chidey protests. Word for rest of the book. For rest of book. Loud Charlie protests. Who said that? Vespa asked as she looked around, around the catacombs. No one was there. At least not in the light from her lantern. From her lantern. Sure. Sure that she did hear someone speak. She did hear someone. Sure that also sounds weird. The use of sure here is weird. Question mark? Weird? It's definitely weird to not spell weird right. Sure of. Oh, that makes it better. Sure of that she. That's not a phrase. Sure that she heard someone this time. Vespa picked up the lantern again. Pick up the lantern again. And started to slowly walk around. To slowly search for whoever whoever must be down there with her and Lemon must be down there with her, with Lemon and her. Lemon and her. Right. So now she starts narrating again. Reveal yourself. Vespa of the vigorous oath. Exclaimed. She began to narrate. As she wandered around the catacombs, searching with her lantern, searching with the light. With her light. Lemon, who was almost lying flat, lying flat on top of Vespa's head. Top of Vespa's head. Gave one whistle and then a loud tweet. That's Right. Of course, Lemon wouldn't have heard Raina in the hammer. Lemon is a bird, of course, but you know, he's just going off the vibe, really. Oh, look at how close we are to 75. This is suddenly going very, very well. So what does she think Lemon is saying? Neither Lemon of the Golden Wing. Nor Vesper of the Vigorous Oath. Of the Vigorous Oath. Will do you no harm. If you are not a threat, if you prove not a threat to us, prove not a threat to us. Still no answer. Still no answer. Vesper's heart started to beat in a more normal. Started beating in a more normal fashion. I don't know about the word fashion here. I feel like there's a better way of saying this. Started beating in a more normal way. The longer their search went on, the longer their search went on without finding anyone, and the catacombs weren't that big. Where could he be hiding? Is it supposed to be saying letting go up here? It's honestly the weirdest thing. Like, I'm pretty sure I say out loud what I intend to write, then I write it, but then I forget words all the time. It's so strange that it keeps happening. Where can he be hiding? Vespa asked Lemon. Who responded with a puzzling whistle? Puzzling whistle. She was pretty sure. Hey, Liquid Hour! Welcome to the stream and the chat. Hey, bro. I see these lives are doing good for your channel. I'm happy to see you grow. Oh, thank you so much. And yes, they really, really are. This is such a fun challenge. Honestly, I've been so motivated in doing everything. So thank you. Thank you for noticing it and for telling me. That's awesome. Good to see you too. And it's going so well. It's going so well. I gotta be honest. I'm so happy with what has been coming down to the page, down on the page. Except when I don't know how to make letters. Then I'm not so happy. With a puzzling whistle. She was certain that the voice had been a male. The voice was a he. Even if what was said had been so brief, what was said had been so brief. She looked around again. Trying. And that was page 75. Oh yeah, let's go. Page 76. Yoink. Around again, trying to find anywhere anywhere someone might be able to hide. Have been able to conceal himself. No, let's just use hide. Find anywhere someone might have been able to hide. But the catacombs and the, how do you say, the room next door? Adjacent. Adjacent. It was adjacent. And the adjacent room. Oh, yeah. Was so empty. That it seemed impossible. 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 Unless they would hide underneath tables or benches. The table, shelves, or benches. But Vespa and Lemon made sure to check those twice. And Lemon made sure to check those twice. I don't get it. Vespa had walked back to the crystal growing tomb back to the crystal, black crystal growing tomb. What was turning around a final time. Lemon's whistle. Let her know that he didn't get it either. Let her know that he she was sure. She was sure. You heard him as well, didn't you? Him as well, didn't you? She asked. She asked the little bird on top of his head. Her head. The little yellow bird on top of her head. The conclusive, not conclusive, but the following. Another word for following. Consecutive, no. Next. I guess just following. Let's just use following. The following tweet must have meant a yes. She was sure. Vespa lowered lowered. That's a D in low. What the hell was that? Lowered. Vespa lowered the lantern. As she tried to think about the voice and where it and when it came had come. Maybe that could, maybe that could something. Help them. Figuring out where it had come from. Where it had come from. I don't know if this is too explicit. Too explicit. Like, is it too on the nose that this is what's going, this is what she's doing? I don't know. Maybe. Again, we'll fix it in post. We don't have time for such drastic matters, drastic thinking. On the plus side, we are very, very close to the second page, and well, in a minute we're going to turn into the third hour. We've been live streaming for 2 hours, so that's good. We've caught up to our pace, and it has been going really well. Let's see. She said, thinking back to the first time. Thinking back to her first time down here. First time down here. Down in the catacombs. How unpleasant it may have been. In the catacombs. However unpleasant. It may have been, might have been, may have been. Might. Question mark. Wait, where's the little... Oh my god. It's just the little jewel here that's supposed to be here. There it was. Oh my god. It was just gone. I forgot about it. I forgot to re-enable it. Unhide it. I was crawling around. Crawling, I think. Check if true. In the darkness, when I heard you, Lemon, Lemon gave a. I also feel like this phrase here is a bit. It's a bit repeat. Lemon gave a. Agreeing. And agreeing. And agreeing whistle. Just a little. Gave an agreeing whistle. And as I was going towards you, I ran, didn't ran. I crawled into. I stumbled upon something that must have been one of the tombs down here. And I grabbed something to get back up. Grabbed something on one of the tombs. To get back up. Again, I just need to check. Is it chapter 3 when she's down there? do? Be cool. Call to adventure. Yes, it's chapter 4. Okay. Check chapter 4. That was when the voice came. The voice said something, but I don't remember from where. Said something. Yes, but didn't remember from where though. Where the voice had come. Had come though. So she had to keep deducing. Had to keep deducing. I don't know, I kind of like the word deducing here, but is it actually a good word to have in this context? I do not know. And we're above two pages, by the way. If we follow this line here, can't really see that. Follow this line here. Oh, this is it. Once we're done with this line, we're done with 2 pages. I don't actually have an explanation as to why she is deducing out loud, but I guess that's just, you know, the way she's acting. So I'm not sure that I need an explanation to do that. She's been narrating everything else, so. And then we heard the voice just after we grabbed the warhammer on the tomb. On the tomb with on this tomb all the strange black crystals on it. Crystals. Do you think it was the same? It's the same tomb as when dot. Actually, let's have a. She's suddenly stopping her own sentence. Vesper, stop mid-sentence. Mid-sentence. A sudden realization had entered her mind. A sudden realization had entered her mind. But that couldn't be. How? What? Really? But she also didn't really think it made sense. Should this be an idea instead of realization? Idea should probably be an idea. But it also didn't make a lot of sense. Turning around and looking back down at the tomb. Back down at the tomb. The Warhammer seemed to have started its subtle shake. Restarted. Genoptage. Resumed. Resumed its subtle shaking. And if she listened closely, she once again thought that she could hear a low hum coming from it amidst the howling winds and the running stream. Below hum emanating. I don't know if that's too adult of a word. Emanating. It's too highbrow. By the way, I'm super close, I think, to... Can't really see it, can you? Super close to changing the ink cartridge. Definitely can't see it, I think. Just want to tell you, which is very cool. That would be the 5th ink cartridge that we have had the pleasure of writing with during NaNoWriMo so far. From the weapon amidst the howls of the wind near the ceiling, and the running stream below the floor, the running stream below the floor. The voice it came from but that can't be right. How would that even work? Lemons corresponding? Corresponding. Yeah. Corresponding. Just saying here, same word. Corresponding whistle. Was just as confused as Vesper sounded like. Just as confused as Vesper sounded like. As Vesper sounded. But all good theory. Look at how close we are to the end of page 76. This is awesome. But while it is awesome, I'm actually going to take my food break now, I think. Just so... I mean, it seems like a good time. We're about to reveal Renae again like truly reveal him. So, you know, I just think it makes a lot of sense to have something to eat and then come back and really buckle down for the rest of the live stream. Anyway, you're going to listen to Danger Part 3 out of 5, and I'll be back. Yeah, I'll be back at 19:45. Okay, see you later, guys. The little girl herself had that same fear in her watery eyes as Parthisax knelt down in front of her and offered his hand. "Come with me," he said in the most comforting tone he knew. Her snow-white eyes looked from the scaly hand and to the dragon's face, still fearful of what was going on. Parthisax suddenly realized that the offered hand still had his large claws extended. "I mean you no harm, I promise," he added as he calmly retracted them so as to not scare the little girl further. Without expressing any words, Parthisax kept his hand in a welcoming waiting for the little girl. The tavern slowly found enough courage to engage in a nervous chatter, so as the long seconds went past, he hoped that the fearful little girl would accept his invitation, and that it would be sooner rather than later. Luckily, Parthisax didn't have to wait long. As the little girl cautiously put her hand into his, they stood up together and started to walk towards the tavern door. Parthisax made sure to put one of his wings around the little girl, shielding her from the nasty looks of the townspeople. Looks of anger, woven in between the fear and awe. Looks that Parthisax knew all too well and had spent so much time trying to avoid. Looks screaming that there was no turning back now. One brave farmer's boy took a step out in front of the dragon and the little girl in order to block their path towards the door. He raised his pitchfork but quickly changed his mind as Parthisax once again presented the large dark claws slowly extended from the fingers of his one hand. With the path cleared once more, the dragon and the little girl steadily made their way out of the tavern. Parthisax noticed that it took a solid few minutes for the crowd to start talking again after the odd pair had left them. He purposefully took a longer route towards the Ashen Cross Bridge so as to not walk past the temple square. She doesn't need to see that, he thought. When they were almost at the monumental bridge, the little girl's hand tensed. "Where?" The little girl soon followed. "Where are we going?" Parthisax didn't want to lie. The little girl had already been through so much, and he felt that she deserved to know the truth of his plans, however few they may be. "We are going to my house for food and some basic things. Then we are going to leave before the Templars arrive." They made it halfway across the bridge before the next question came. "Well, what will the Templars do when they get here?" the little girl finally managed to ask. "I do not know," Parthisax answered after brief thought. "But I do know that it will not be pleasant if the townspeople do not think of a good explanation for what happened here today." The unusual duo walked the rest of the way to Parthisax's cottage in silence, but still hand in hand. As they approached the cottage, Parthisax was mentally going over the things they would need, weighing them against what they or he could physically carry. Deep in those thoughts, he almost didn't notice the little girl stopping in the middle of the path. It was only because her hand slipped out of his that he was ripped out of his calculations. Then the little girl started to cry uncontrollably. "Stop that," Parthisax managed to say rather harshly, much more than he meant it to be. He had been living alone for so long that it was the first approach he thought of. "We don't have time for that. We must get going as soon as possible." Much to Parthisax's surprise, the little white-haired girl didn't heed his words, but instead started to cry even harder. I didn't mean for it to happen," the little girl whimpered at last between the tears. They tricked me and started to laugh at me again, and I didn't like that, and then I don't know what happened." "Who tricked you?" Parthisax asked and kneeled down in front of the little girl, having deemed that a better approach to get her to stop crying. The other kids." "How did they trick you?" The little girl had some trouble getting her words through the tears. "They said I could play with them behind the temple, but instead they all made fun of me." "What did they say?" They made fun of
My eyes. Because they're white, Partisax said, thinking he might as well inquire about them. The little girl abruptly stopped crying and instead looked at him with bewilderment behind the water still occupying her snow-white eyes. My eyes aren't white, she finally said with a snivel. The others made fun of me because I'm the only one with a purple eye and a yellow eye. And then my tummy started to hurt again, and they... The little girl's crying came flooding back as if a dam had burst. Purple and yellow. For a moment Partisax almost ignored the wailing little girl in front of him. The little girl who so clearly had white eyes. I didn't mean to hurt them, the little girl began once again. I don't know what happened. I just wanted to be friends, and then they made fun of me and called me mean things and started pushing me and hitting me, and my she was having trouble getting words across again. And my tummy hurts again, and I want my mama. Your mother will not come, Partisax told the little girl in what he again meant to be a much more comforting tone of voice than what came out. Despite his age, this wasn't an area that he had much practice in. I am sorry, he added. But I didn't mean to do it, the little girl repeated. I don't want to be bad. I want to go to Haven with Mama and the others. I just want it all to go away. That last sentence was more screaming than crying, and Partisax could sense the tensing of the atmosphere as the little girl got more and more upset. He had to calm her down somehow, and fast. Partisax reached for the little girl's shoulder. Don't touch me! She shrieked as the air around them now also grew hotter. Partisax also thought he felt that all too familiar tug on his soul again, however brief it was. In a desperate attempt to distract the crying and now also shaking child, Partisax pulled out a fire blossom from the pouch of his belt and ignited it with a snap of his fingers. He then extended the flame to make it dance in front of the little girl, and much to his surprise, it seemed to work. I unsigned Hiodolasia, the dance or fire. It was one of the first things I taught when I was a learner, teaching the fires and winds for the whelplings Partisax revealed to the little girl. She had almost stopped crying and instead couldn't take her eyes off the rhythmically moving fires between the dragon's hands. The things you can do are extraordinary, but you can learn to master them with time. I will teach you everything I know, as well as the discipline needed to make sure that what happened in the town will never happen again. So, there's nothing wrong with me? No, little whelpling, Partisax chuckled as he extinguished the fire with an elegant hand gesture. I can assure you that there is not anything wrong with you. In fact, I think that you are a most special one indeed, even for my kind. The worst thing you can do right now is to be afraid of what is happening. Do you understand? The little girl nodded with her mouth slightly open. The tears on her cheeks were starting to dry. Partisax placed his hand on her shoulder, this time without any trouble. Come, little whelpling, let us get to my dwelling, then we can take a look at your storm. Partisax stopped abruptly before finishing his sentence. Light was coming from the windows of his cottage further down the path. The dragon pushed the little girl behind himself, almost as a reflex. Then they quietly approached the small home. Are the Templars already here? Partisax thought with fear rising in his heart. No, it wasn't their way of doing things. They won't rummage a place without an accused or other witnesses present. The Templars don't have a reputation for working in secret, all things considered. There was also the fact that nothing seemed to be ruined, and Partisax couldn't see any horses. Furthermore, it didn't make much sense that the Templars would come to his remote cottage before going to Ashencross and see the destruction or question the townspeople first. That rational chain of thought calmed Partisax down a little. But who then had lit the fire that shone through his windows? Hide over there to the left, Partisax said to the little girl and nodded to a couple of large barrels by the end of the wall. The little girl ran opposite of where the dragon gestured and hid behind the other corner of the small cottage. Partisax couldn't help but shake his head slightly. At least the little girl partially did what she was told without trouble. Clinging to the wall on the side of the door opposite the little girl, Partisax drew his claws on both hands ready to fight whatever would meet them. Slowly opening the unlocked door ever so quietly, the dragon peeked inside. Scouting his humble dwellings from beyond the door, nothing immediately stood out as broken or stolen here. There weren't any other signs of intruders either, besides the door not being locked, of course. Indeed, the only thing different from when he left earlier was a stew slowly cooking in the fireplace. A stew slowly cooking in the fireplace? The delicious sensations hit Parthysak's nostrils at about the same time as he noticed his large cast iron pot hanging over the fire, and someone had put out 3 wooden bowls and spoons on his table. Confused more than anything, Parthysak entered his cottage and seemingly forgot that someone was most likely still there. As he stood right inside the doorway examining the bizarre scene in front of him, Parthysak noticed that the fire was blazing with an almost impossibly perfect mix of vibrant orange, red and yellow. And what was even more strange, it did so without any wood in the fireplace. The flames clinged to the large iron cooking pot out of thin air. "Oh, haha, wonderful!" The sound of a human's voice tore a startled Parthysak, who quickly readied his claws for combat, out of his examination of the fires. "You arrived just at the perfect time. Dinner is ready." The dragon looked to his modest storage room and saw a small old woman in a grey woolen temple robe with a hemp rope around the waist. On top of the robe she wore a black linen vest and a beautiful gold necklace in the shape of a blooming flower with a shadowy black gemstone in the middle. Her dark cloak was hanging from the back of one of the chairs with a pair of brown leather gloves on the table. A wrinkled face topped with curls of silver greeted Parthysak with a big smile and happy eyes. Even though a couple of teeth were missing, which was standard for elderly humans, the laugh and smile gave Parthysak a feeling of warmth and of being safe. A feeling he didn't care for in the slightest coming from a human. It was the woman from the tavern, the only one who noticed him before he had made a scene and left with the little girl. All of a sudden, Parthysak realized where he knew the old woman from. She was the one who worked at the Temple of the 5 Pillars in Ashencross, always tending the water lilies in the river and usually with something to eat in one of her hands. This time was no different, as she had come out of Parthysak's storage room, devouring an apple and carrying a loaf of dark bread. "Fancy having a pantry in a home like this, haha," the old woman remarked as she made her way to the table. "Come inside so we can begin, and by the fires and waters combined, bring the girl. You do have the little girl with you, do you not?" The old woman gave Parthysak an inquisitorial and stern stare, the warmth suddenly leaving her demeanor entirely. Her eyes were differently colored, he noticed, one red as a rose in bloom and the other like the deepest ocean blue. For a second, Parthysak thought he saw a hint of black shine again. He quickly put it out of his mind, though, as he was still trying to make sense of everything. How did... "The girl, please." The old woman's tone had changed too, now like a sharp knife matching the swift temper change. It almost startled Parthysak when he felt 2 small hands on him, one grabbing the back of his tabard, the other one his webbed wing, and the little girl showed her face from behind.
Well, look who's back. Back again. I just spit on my webcam. And I ate it live on stream. Whoops. Nothing like a good toast, right? Let's get back to this. I hope you enjoyed Danger, part 3 out of 5. It is, of course, up on my YouTube channel, on my webpage, if you want to read / listen to the whole thing. I forgot a paper towel. Be right back. Okay. Are we ready? Are we ready to read? To meet Renaith for good? I think so. I think so. For the Alliance. All day, every day. A Warhammer can't talk, can it? To Vespa. Oh, we're dying. The ink is dying. It's dying out. To Vespa, that concept. Seemed like something out of Cynial's adventures. But not even he had encountered something so strange. But not even he had encountered. Oh, there it is. There it died. Yoink. The 5th ink cartridge of Novelember has given its life to the grave with them. With it. in with the new. The new, the mighty, the fresh. The young guns, in with the young guns. Even he had encountered anything so bizarre. So bizarre. Strange. I don't know if it's just... It's probably just better to go simple and say strange, but... encountered anything so bizarre. At least not in any of the 5 volumes, in any of the 5 volumes that she had read. Okay, so I think I have 2 options here. Both of them sort of alright, but either we could have Vespa grab and hold the weapons handle now and talk to Renaid, or she could see the first verse of the Eveningsun prophecy, which, you know, hasn't been revealed at all at this point. Probably should be. I'm thinking in the final version, the final version, the Eveningsun prophecy will be like the very first page, and then the prologue start, and then chapter 1. But like in story context, it hasn't been revealed yet. And also, I haven't finished the Eveningsun prophecy yet. But I have an almost complete version. I don't know. I think I'm leaning more towards that, and then we can also complete the Eveningsun prophecy, at least an iteration of it. So yeah, I think we're gonna do that. Actually, we're gonna write here and Chair Peter Bragi. Had not received a new one for him to copy. New one for him to copy. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's we're gonna do that. We're gonna do the prophecy thing. Still looking at the weapon of the tomb, on the tomb. Vespa suddenly noticed another thing. Another thing which seemed to separate this particular tomb from the rest, growing black crystals. Oh, they're just the black crystals. The black crystals had grown over the carving. Carvings that seem to name whoever was laid to rest here. Whoever was laid to rest here. But on the other side, and that was page 67. Let's go. Oh yeah, 67, and we're on to 77. And how close are we to the marker of 17? About 2 pages, a little more than 2 pages, and then we have reached the marker for day 17. Isn't that marvelous? But on the other side of the platform, other side of next to the statue's left leg, were more carvings. More of them. There were more of them. Um. So I just realized that I don't actually have a script type for the Fey folk. Like dwarves have seal script, elves have hieroglyphs. They live in and around pyramids, so that thing, I think that makes sense. It's just a fun thing to do. Dragons have dragon runes. You know, they scratch. They write with their claws, so they scratch. Them makes sense to have runes. Humans have letters. They're especially letters they've gotten from angels and devils, who have also letters, Latin letters, Latin-inspired letters and words. But I don't actually, because I didn't need to mention that in Want, my fourth short story that's not quite done yet still. So that's something that we need to come up with. Maybe it's just runes as well, but I mean, Fey folk are inspired by old Celtic letters. Ogham. Oh. Are they a type of rune? Ogum, later Ogham. It's known in medieval alphabet, primarily used to write early Irish language, and later Old Irish. Stone monuments, blah blah blah. Inscriptions usually consist of. So it is an alphabet, actually. Okay, interesting. I think that might be the one that they're going to use. Or like inspired of. More of the growing black crystals seemed to cover most of what was written down. but some lines of text look to have survived. To still have survived. The encroaching dark. Ooh. Encroaching dark. This one says dark. Everyone can see that, and yet no one can read it. Once again, the text seemed to be written. Text seemed to be written in two languages. Seem to be written in two languages. Languages. Only one of which Vespa could understand. Only one of which Vespa could understand. Read? I guess read makes more sense. The other being what looked like a collection. Like a collection. Ooh. Oh, that makes so much sense. Oh, that makes so much sense. If this is the type of alphabet that the Fae folk are using, we can say that they almost looked like trees and branches, you know? And Fae folk are creatures of the forest. So of course they would have alphabet and language that looks like the trees. Oh my goodness. What a mind-blown moment. Yeah. Need to make that getaway. Lines in sharp angles. Most attached. To a single straight line, a single straight single straight lines. Looking at them, Vesper thought they kind of look like trees. Vesper thought that they kind of look like trees. Kind of looked like, oh, even if she couldn't understand them, even if she couldn't make any sense of them, she couldn't make any sense of them. All right. We are inching closer to talking to Reynard, and I swear it's not just because I don't want to write him. Not just because. Or I don't know how to write him. Let's add that 04 Fey Folk alphabet. Fey Folk alphabet. Revelation. But the letters and words that she did know, letters and words that Vesper did know, Red. Okay, so let me show you guys what I have for the Eveningsun prophecy. So this is iteration 2 and 3. Iteration 2 is done for the first verse. Yes, isn't this great to have a prophecy that you're building your entire story up around and you don't actually have it done? But the idea is it's supposed to show or tell about what happened during the battle for the Dying Light, while also vaguely reveal the plot of this story. You know, they should sort of mirror each other, maybe. I'm not sure I have achieved that. And I've tried rhyming as well. But again, it's definitely not done. And it's definitely something I'll be revisiting a lot once this is over. So the first iteration, the second iteration, the first one, Okay, let's just go through them. Iteration number 1. When this old world's final hour, when light the shadows will devour, crimson flowing, wings of bright, spirits bound, allies of might, the walls of Blackwater Keep must not crumble, as long as the shine of the evening sun is humble. I didn't say it was a good prophecy or good rhyming, but there it is. Also, that's iteration 1, and I didn't think that was so good. Iteration number 2. When plans deliver their final hour, good must meet and band unlike. When light the shadows will devour, spirits bound and weapons hike, crimson flowing, wings of bright, waters of black cannot demise, as long as an evening sun will rise. I'm more into this one. I think this is a cooler one. Good must meet and band unlike. That's like the races allying together to defeat the evil, right? But it's also Vespa finding Lemon bird, a yellow bird that is nowhere from anywhere near Black River's Keep. And spirits bound, weapons hike. That's sort of the same. You know how Renaith and his spirit bound Adair, their spirits were bound into the weapons, and the rest of the champions have also had their spirit bound into the weapon, but we'll get back to that at some point in the story. That's also what's being said here. Weapons hike, you know, weapons at the ready. And in this story that you can't see because of the screen, Vespa and Lemon are going to be spirit bound, and they're going to take up Renaith's Warhammer towards the end, towards the climax of the story. Crimson flowing and wings of bright, that is, you know, it's a hard fought battle. Crimson blood is flowing. I've done a lot about saying that Vespa's hair is crimson, so that's also, you know, that flows. Wings of bright. In the prologue, we ended with the champions looking like angels with wings from the shining suns, right? But wings of bright is also literal wings of yellow. So I'm quite happy with a lot of this. Yes. Iteration number 3. When plans deliver the final hour, good must meet and band alike. When light the shadows will devour, spirit bounds and weapon hike. It's just the ending that's changed, and I include this extra line that is not 3 lines that don't rhyme with anything. And then crimson flowing, wings of bright, something something something. Stones of black cannot demise as long as an evening sun will rise. So this is what I want in the story, but I don't have anything for this line. But let's just start putting it down there. Yes. And normally I would start a line below, but you know, since we are very strict with how we count the pages, we're just gonna put it right here. When plans deliver the final hour, deliver their final hour, good must meet and band unlike. Good shall meet. I'm gonna say shall, just to mix it up. Shall meet and band unlike. And band unlike. When light the shadows will devour. light the shadows will devour. The shadows will devour spirit bounds and weapons hike. Spirits bound, spirits bound, and weapons hike. Crimson flowing. Wings are bright. Oh my freaking god. No! It is such an important, even though I'm going to totally change it at some point, it's such an important piece of the story and I just totally failed to write it. Something wings of bright. Stones of black. Cannot demise as long as an evening sun will rise. As long as an evening sun will rise. Okay, so what is this line here? Of course, it did do wonders for our word count. When plans deliver the final hour, good shall meet and bad unlike. When light the shadows will devour, spirits bound and weapons hike, crimson flowing, wings are bright. Crimson flowing, wings are bright. Maybe something about courage and hope. That could be kind of cool. Courage and hope. I was just thinking like end of hope could be cool. End of hope. Like if they didn't succeed, every hope will falter or something. So end of hope, should they not fight? So in that case it would rhyme with bright, and I'm not sure I want that, but I also don't want to be stuck. So end of hope. We could have another line actually. Well, not now, but end of hope. Should they not fight? They not fight. Oops. Okay, so let's just write this into here. End of hope. So that's E, and then should they not fight? And that's then something that rhymes with D. You know, I kind of like that. I kind of like that that structure to it. So A B rhyme, C D E D F and F. So not everything rhymes, but a lot of things rhymes. I like the end of hope. It could also be should will not fight, like your will to live. Actually, I think I want to change that. Should will not fight. Because this is, of course, also telling the story of this book. If Vespa does not want to fight, if you keep trying to refuse the call, which she will do a lot before she takes matters into her own hand, then that's the end of hope, right? That's the end of the Paladins. And also, I forgot to change the scene, but it didn't totally matter this time. That's not bad. That's not terrible. I still think it needs some work, but at least it's not terrible. Okay, I'm just going to eat the last of my dinner. Cold toast. Amazing. It's the price we almost pay to write NaNoWriMo. And also I think I want to change it to the evening sun. The evening sun. Just change it in here as well. The evening sun. Okay. I just had this thought here. The evening sun. So Vespa is going to say like the evening sun. Vespa repeated. And then, is this the evening sun? And then she looks at the tomb, right? So she looks at the statue and realizes how small it is compared to the others. And maybe even realizes like the head was larger, just like her, than the body, just like her. The hands were bigger. Pointed ears. But like, I just keep pushing Rene's entrance into the story, and I honestly don't mean to, but it just sort of happens. I'm still gonna do it, but whoops. I'm gonna say 0322 pushing Rena's entry into the story. Accident, I swear. Accident. I swear it's an accident. Dot dot dot. The evening sun. Vesper. Vesper whispered. And Lemon answering. Answering with a questioning whistle. With a questioning. Questioning whistle. Oh, she whispered. It wasn't whispering, she whispered it. Whispered. Is this the evening sun in the poem? And do you think he has something to do with the sun of the evening? Do you think he has something to do with our sun of the evening? I don't know if this is again too on the nose. She asked Lemon again. Lemon didn't know. Didn't know either. I don't know if this is too on the nose that we're mentioning the evening sun and the sun of the evening in the same. Like, this is, of course, this is one of our subplots, right? Subplots: the evening sun prophecy and the paladin's understanding of the evening sun prophecy. So it is one of our subplots that it's sort of gonna get unveiled throughout the story. That's the idea, at least. But I don't know if it's too on the nose to like explicitly state, do you think it has something to do with the sun of the evening? I sort of feel like it would make sense for a little girl, a little 12-year-old child to say that out loud. Or maybe not. Maybe it's too thoughtful for a child of that age. 2 on the nose, 2 on the nose. And just like that, Vespa saw the Vespa saw the statue of the tomb of the tomb. Or noticed. Noticed is probably a better word. Noticed. Notice the statue of the tomb, yes. She had been so enthralled by first the strange black crystals, first the remarkable black crystals, and then the weapon, then the wooden warhammer. No, missed an M in warhammer. Warhammer. That late there. That she had not really seen. The tomb statue itself. This evening sun. And my God, was it weird. Vespa could hardly believe what she saw. What did she see, Thomas? Nobody knows. She could hardly believe what she saw. Hardly believe what she saw. Just like the statue. Actually, should probably just be small. The statue was carved in the same plate armor than the rest. But his frame was so much smaller. So much smaller. His height was even smaller, was even less than the dwarven tomb, even less than the dwarven tomb. Than the statue of the dwarven tomb. Statue of the dwarven tomb. On the dwarven tomb. On. And would probably go to the waist of Tristan. Tristan what was his name? Ready, wanted, she offers a hand again. Tristan, Shield of the Tide. Tristan, the Shield of the Tide. If one were to Place those statues right next to each other. Those statues right next to each other. To each other. And compared to the elf, he was even smaller. Compared to the elf, the elven warrior, archer, he was even shorter. Let's try not to use smaller all the time. All right. I don't know if this should be a new paragraph then, but she's going to talk about the features. And then end like, much like herself. Puffy. Opsvulmet. Just thinking to describe his face. I think we'll keep continuing in the paragraph so far. The evening sun's statue had. The evening sun statue had rather short legs. Though they seemed natural for his size, for his height. They seemed natural. And arms. Natural. For his height. his height. But both his hands, his face, or his head, and his seemed bigger. Seemed bigger in proportion. In proportion to the rest. To the rest of the body, rest of the body. Much like Vesper herself. Oh, look at how close we are to the end of page 77. This is going great. Great. I don't know though if this poem is gonna mess with my word count in the end, but whatever. We're still doing the average, so it's probably going to be fine. His face had big closed eyes, big sleeping eyes. Puffy cheeks. And a large round nose and a large round nose. Again, very akin to herself, very akin to herself. Except for the nose. A fire always said hers were delicate. A fire always said that hers was more delicate. She also always said, that her mouth had to be this big. Her mouth had to be this big with all the talking she did. All the talking and narration that she did. And narration. That she did. The mouth on the statue, the mouth of the statue was also quite large. The mouth of the statue was also quite large. The hair was carved to be long. It was carved to be long. And the ears were pointed. Just like her own. Ooh, boom! Vesper had never seen anyone with ears like her. So I was actually wondering for myself, like, when should I have put, because, you know, we are almost 100 pages in and I haven't really explained how Vesper looks. I haven't really described her except for her crimson hair, her big copper eyes. I think we mentioned large hands. And a short stature, of course. Okay, so we have actually mentioned most of it. But yeah, the nose and the mouth, what, you know, kind of essential to your face. Those have not been mentioned. And I was like, where would it make much sense in the story previously, among these pages, to put that description in? Not that I was going to do it, but like in the editing. And now that we're here, this sort of feels very natural and very, like, it doesn't feel forced, I think. That's kind of nice. Like, she is in bewilderment as to this, how this statue could look exactly like her. And we're going to page 78. Vesper had never seen anyone with ears like her, like hers. The same with the height. With her height. now this statue, this old statue, now this statue, this old statue revealed itself. Seemed to look much like her. Even if its small size was still bigger, small size was still larger than she was. Okay, so that was a pretty large paragraph. It started there and then went on to here. I also think I kind of like if it would end with one of these, just like her own. Vespa had never seen anyone with ears like hers. That feels like a really crisp way to end a paragraph. Really, what mysterious way to end a paragraph. But yeah, that's good. The Warhammer started to shake and hum again. Okay, now we're getting there. We're getting to Rena's introduction, true introduction into the story. It's only taken 12 pages. Began to hum and shake. Once more. In response, Vespa's heart began beating faster. Faster and faster. And she didn't even notice, much less respond. Two lemons. Worrying whistles. Worrying tweets. From her crimson locks, crimson hair. From atop her crimson hair. She was so focused. On the weapon. And what it had to say. Is that weird? To have like a like an accept of the fact that, you know, it's just, oh yeah, the Warhammer's talking like a phone. Someone picking up the phone for the first time. Yes, hello. Yes, hello, this is Vespa. And what it might reveal, what it, yeah, might reveal. And so with a little hesitation still, just lost my train of thought. We are just not going to get to radar either, apparently, or any day. So with little hesitation still, Vespa reached out, reached down, sat down on her knees, and reached out. Reached out. For the branch. Kip. Stick, rod. Yeah. Just need to see if there was any like other words for branch, bows, a bow. That's like a big branch. Yeah, still bow. Bow, branch. I think it's more bow, 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 bow. Bow. Bow, bow. That I am looking for. Guess you couldn't see that, but I was hearing it being said. Bow, bow. You know what? I'm gonna say branch like, and then I'm gonna circle it and say bow, bow. It's probably more bow. Vesper of the vigorous oath. Dot 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 dot. She whispered. And then she grabbed the warhammer. She grabbed the warhammer again. Then she grabbed the warhammer again. Oh my god, how can there be so much wrong in one word when I'm writing it? Now I think Vesper Is anyone there? Vespa asked. Asked out loud. Into the catacombs. She wasn't sure whether or not to just think her question or actually say it. To just think her question. Or just say it, or just or say it like she did. Lemon gave a curious whistle. Lemon gave a curious whistle. I am. I have felt you before. I know you. I know you. I have felt you before. Someone replied back. There he is. Reina is in the story again. It took forever, but he's here. It took what? From... No, it was like 60, 65 or something, wasn't it? Yeah, the end of page 65. And now we're at 78. I can't believe how quick the first couple of chapters went. They were like 6, 7, 9. That was not an intended 6-7 joke, by the way. But yeah. 6, 7, or 9 pages long. All of them. And then suddenly, boom! 24 pages, 12 pages. Now we're on page 13 of this chapter, and there's still a bunch to go on, to go off. Okay. The voice came like an echo inside of Vespa's own mind. Actually, this should be another paragraph. She almost wanted to let go again. But forced herself to keep her hand, to keep her hand just on the weapon. But still had to swallow a lump in her throat, but still had to swallow a lump in her throat before she was ready to ask, ready to speak back, talk back. To the hammer. Wooden hammer. So yeah, of course she thinks it's just the hammer itself that's alive. It sort of is, but it is actually the spirit of someone who has been placed into the handle. Into the handle, much specifically. I think that should also be said. That it's actually the handle and not the hammer head. But I guess it would just make one hammer, right? But it's just important for whenever we're going to find Dair's hammerhead, the steel hammerhead looking like the ram that Dair was, and reattach it to the handle, the bow, the shaft. Because otherwise it would be like you broke the hammer, and when you break the weapon, the spirit releases and goes to the afterlife, right? Like if it breaks in half, it snaps. That's my general idea, at least. Good news. We're almost at 4 pages. 1, 2, 3. So yeah, a couple of lines more and we're at 4 pages. Who what Vespa didn't know. I didn't know what to ask for. Do not be scared. The voice inside her head answered. Inside her head answered. Even if Vespa was freaked out by it, I don't know if freaked out is the right term. Phrase. The voice was soft, gentle, kind even. And his echo seemed to lessen. His echo seemed to lessen. To be a little less now. To be a little less now. I've been waiting for so long. For anyone to talk to. So yeah, he's been like, he's been trapped in this weapon since like forever. and hasn't had anyone to talk to in ages. Mm-hmm. The last one. Didn't seem to be able to hear me. Didn't seem to be able to hear me. And I hate it very much. I'd hate it very much to scare you away as well. Very much. Oof, the cursive. The cursive is horrible. To scare you away again. You away too. Again. We are inching closer to the end of page 78. That's great. Mm-hmm. You Lisbeth found a little more courage. Now that there's the Warhammer. Seemed friendly. Do you remember me? ... Do you remember me? Oh, I just realized how much cursive I'm gonna have to write to show that Renaid is talking. Ugh. That's gonna be terrible. I'm so bad at it. Also, I should probably show myself in the picture. Hello, I am your live streamer, Thomas B. Dair. I do. The voice coming from nowhere and everywhere, coming from nowhere and everywhere. The voice came from, I guess we already have written this, but it came from nowhere and from everywhere. But maybe it's alright to reiterate all at once. Repeat. Okay. It was a while ago, I think. It is difficult to keep time in. I can't exactly keep time in my current state. I can't. Exact. How do you make a X in cursive? X in cursive. Yes, that's whatever. Fuck that ad. Come on. I don't eat fish. Go away. Come on. So from down. Do it like that, but then you still have to. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I just go. I can show here. So I usually go like that, right? So exactly. But it's actually supposed to be so you go like this, and then you go the X. So exactly. No. And then you do that. Okay, interesting. Welcome to Thomas's School of... Oh, you couldn't see that. Oh my god. Welcome to Thomas's School of Cursive. So, I'm going like this, usually, right? That's bad. It's supposed to be like that. So exactly becomes like that. And then you, just like you would with the T, you do the little line afterwards. Interesting. I thought that was interesting. I'm sorry if you didn't think so, but I thought it was. But on the bright side, we are close to the end of page 78, and we're soon close to another page, another day's goal. We are on day 13, by the way, so yes, I am 4 pages ahead at this point, 4 days ahead at this point, by design, because I have stuff to do at some point in November, in this weekend, for example. I can't exactly tell time. Like this, though. But it felt like, like sometime since we last met. But it felt like some time since we last met. Are you all right? I seem to remember you being hurt and scared. I seem to remember you being hurt and scared. That almost looked like a P instead of an E. Escaped. However, brief our meeting was, So now we just want to establish Renaith as a good guy. He is the mentor. Well, besides Afaya, I guess. But he is... Where Afaya is the mentor in life. You know, she's raising Vespa. Renaith is going to be the mentor of her abilities and herself, her heritage. However brief our our meeting last was. I think nowhere is actually in one word. I think it can be both, but I'm pretty sure it's one word. Yes, Vespa didn't really like to think, didn't really like to think about that night, that evening. Night. But now that the Warhammer asked, something Vespa found only a few people did, found only a few people did when it came to her. When it came to her, she felt obligated to answer. She felt obligated to answer. Mm-hmm. Yes. I I was being chased by some bad people. And then I fell. Down here. And it was all dark. All dark and scary. Oh, it didn't say scared. There we had one of those instances. What the hell? Where I'm like, I'm saying the word that I want to write and then I just don't write it. Just like, why should I write it? Because you just said it, you dumbass. Ba, 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 ba. Ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Dot, dot, dot. I see. Well, I didn't know about the darkness. For me, I never see the light. I cannot see, only feel those around me. But only I'm gonna write perceive without cursive, you know, just like we would write something with cursive when someone is talking normally, to understate it. Only perceive those around me. the voice answered. Why? Why is it dark? Why is it dark here? I'm sure it wasn't. I'm sure it wasn't. When I was late. When I was late here. Among my fellow, among us. No, that was page 78. We can have a my here as well. That means we're going for 79, and I just want to. I'm maybe going to stream like half an hour more. I want to not just hit 17, day 17 marker, but I want to, you know, go at least to 5 pages, which is this line here, maybe a little over like we did yesterday. Yeah. And I think that's it for today, because tomorrow stream is going to be way earlier. Almost 12 hours earlier. Yeah, you heard me right. It's going to be a morning stream. Terrible. I don't know why I do this to me. Among my comrades. I don't want to use comrades. That's very... Maybe comrades is not a bad... Compatriots, sidekicks, cronies, cohorts, associates. Associates definitely not. That's way too modern. Compadre. Brothers and sisters of arms. Let's go with comrades for now. Among my comrades. Word. Check the word. The bird is a word. Bird. Oh, it's supposed to be I'm sure it wasn't. Honestly, the more I write with cursive, the better that feels. And the more I write without cursive, like the better it looks as well, and the more I write without cursive, the worse it seems like I'm getting. And did you fall down the stairs? The stairs are broken. There's just a big black hole down here. A big black hole down here now. Hole down here now. Vesper answered. Vesper. Vesper answered. No, this is not supposed to be cursive. The curse of the cursive. The cursive. Ah? Oh, I can't stop doing it. I don't think anyone has been down here for a very, very long time. Anyone has been down here. Very, very long time. Oops. Not a question mark, just a full stop. I see. Well, not see. The voice echoed again. As if he wasn't talking directly. Talking. Directly at to Vesper. Oh yeah, we didn't even celebrate that we went past Day 17. Whoop, 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 whoop. There it is. Little celebration. So I don't know if I should say if Vespa should say there's been a cave-in. She did see a sign on it back up at the dungeons, right? That there was a cave-in. But does she know what a cave-in is? 12 years old. Maybe. Do I know what a cave-in is? I did, but it was it's a bit of a weird translation to Danish, it looks like. I think we want Vespa to say there was a sign warning of a cave-in. Up in the dungeons. Dungeons. Up in the dungeons. And some of the roof and walls, some of the roof and walls had fallen down. Just like the broken stairs. The broken staircase. That must have been what had happened. I wonder when that happened. I wonder when that must have happened. That must have happened. That must have happened. A lot of echo. A lot of echo to the voice again. to the voice again. Dot. Indeed. Now we go to the voice again. The roof of the catacombs. Vesper added. The roof has even fallen down and broken one of the tombs. Fallen down on one of the tombs. The tombs and Ashmodeus. The voice interrupted her. The voice interrupted. It felt strange. Like the voice overtook, like the voice was overtaking. Vesper's thoughts when it spoke. This is probably something that we need to highlight at some point, maybe just in book number 2, but because I'm going to have like later, we're going to have like this montage-y, these montage-y chapters where Vesper is going to, like, this is one of her abilities, is to talk to the spirit of Renaid, and she's going to develop, with his help, he's going to develop these abilities. So one of them is, for example, that she doesn't need to touch the handle in order to be able to communicate with him. So she can, like, you know, walk around and do stuff. And maybe later even, maybe in this book as well, but also maybe in book number 2 or whatever, we should then elaborate that she can use her own mind while someone else is talking in there. Just a little side note. Thoughts when it spoke. Vesper needs to learn to think while this happens. And it's not like it's anything that has to be like a huge explanation, but yeah, you know. Also, can you believe how much this side is how much we've written in the book? This side is how much is left. Now I know I don't write on both sides, I only write on one side, but still. That's kind of cool, isn't it? I feel like it's kind of cool. And I have another book in store, ready. And I maybe even need to buy a third if I'm going to end up where I hope. Right now we're not super far away from where I want to be today before we end the live stream, so that's nice. I'm sorry I interrupted you. Interrupted. That was rude of me. That was rude of me. Please continue. Vesper was so unused to anyone apologizing. Anyone apologizing when they interrupted her. Apologizing when they interrupted her. Interrupted her. So that's weird. Interrupted, you, her, that. That she almost let go. Almost let go of the hammer in disbelief. Let go of the Warhammer's handle in disbelief. The Warhammer's handle. Hammer's handle in disbelief. Disbelief. I know that's okay. No. Vesper almost stammered. Almost. That's okay. Who's Asmodeus? Who's Ashman? Who's Asman? Asmen do dot. She held a pause when she couldn't. She paused while she tried. While she tried to remember what the voice had said. Tried to remember what the voice had said. The voice had said. Ashmodeus. We of course need to check name, just to be sure. Check name. The voice helped. Now we could say corrected, but there's a definite change. There's a definite shift in corrected is much more aggressive, much more how would you say? Much more finger pointing. That's not, I don't know how to explain myself. Helped is better, it's more positive, okay? Asmodeus. That voice helped. Who was he? Who was he or her? He was a great warrior, a great warrior. Fury. The likes I have never seen. The likes I had never seen. And a good friend. He was one of the sons. He was one of of the suns. But I lost feeling with him a long, long time ago. I was about to think, should it be I lost feeling with his spirit? But I think this is all right, actually. Hey, I just realized that we are above and beyond 5 pages now. I'm just gonna finish this, I think. A long time ago. That is for sure. That is for certain. Like, it's for certain that it was a very long time ago, even though he has trouble perceiving time, right? That is for certain. Yes. I kind of want him to apologize, but like interrupt once more and then apologize because it's been so long since he interacted with anyone, right? That he doesn't know how to do it anymore. The suns. Like what it says on your Vespa managed to say before she was cut off again. Manage. To say before her speak was cut short again by the voice. Short again by the voice. What of the others? He asked. Echo gone. Echo gone completely now. Completely now. Oh my god, it's going so well right now that I sort of don't want to stop writing, but I also know that if I don't go to bed soonish, then I will be completely dead during tomorrow's morning live stream. Once again, I do apologize. Apologize. I've been alone. Alone here. For so long. That I must have forgot. No, just forgo. There, I need to stop myself. Boom, boom. There it is. Boop. Done. Let's have a count, shall we? So we know that it is definitely 5 pages, but 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 something. But let's count, shall we? The master sort of counting. There we have it. So we always count from this the bottom line of our marker. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. You can't see that. Also, I managed to point directly between 2 lines. Very well done by me. Try again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We need to count to 90, no, not 90, 39. That's a page, and then we start over. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. That's 5 pages. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 5 pages and 8 lines. So that's better than yesterday. We go into our word count document, day 13. We do not take the formula from last night. Day 13, 5 pages and 8 lines. Boom. What? Did we do 6 pages yesterday? Oh, maybe we did. Alright. Just under 2,000. Actually, I thought we would be like just hitting 2,000 words today, but we didn't. Whatever. And there we go. That means that we have written 28,585 words so far. So we go here. We go here. We go to our day 13 progress. Day 12 progress. Change that to day 13 progress. Boom. And we write 28,585. Boop. And then we go here. And we see we just hide jewel spinning on the bar. And the bar itself. That goes to position 508 pixels down. Isn't that beautiful? We get the jewel back and we transform that and we take it to the position of 471 pixels down. And there we have it. That is indeed today. That is indeed today's live stream, guys. Thank you guys so much for joining. It was great. we got far. I'm very happy with what I wrote today, even if I somehow managed to do. We somehow managed ending up doing like, what was it? 13 handwritten pages until we introduced Renaid, or reintroduced him. And even then, stuff happened. Yeah, there is 10 pages until we reintroduced Renaid, page 75, and then like 1 and 2, 3 pages more, so like 13 pages until Renaid really came into his own. I was really truly introduced, but it was awesome, and we're going to pick it up tomorrow. Now, as I mentioned, it's soon. It's going to be a morning stream for me. That means 8 o'clock Central European time, and that's in 9.5 hours. Actually, I should probably soon go to bed. But yeah, because I am going away for the weekend. It is one of the reasons why we are 4 days ahead of schedule. So yeah, no live stream tomorrow morning for me. No live stream Saturday or Sunday, and then I'll be back Monday. But yeah, it was awesome, guys. Thank you guys so much for joining, for viewing, for liking if you did, and if you didn't, please reconsider doing so. It really means a lot, and even subscribing. And Amdius is here in the chat. Let's go. As always, very good. Thank you, my dude. And thanks to all Amdius and all you other guys who thought it was cool to come and have a chat in the chat. That was great and amazing. And yeah, all right. I'll see you guys tomorrow, hopefully. And just remember that we write our own stories. Bye.